Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to begin a playthrough of Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. Now I've spoken about this on stream a few times before because I knew this was a game that we were likely to be playing in the near future. It's a puzzle adventure game, I believe. It was nominated for a bunch of rewards. I don't know if it received them or not. Last year I should say. It only came out last year. And it looks very interesting. The synopsis is that the main character, who is a woman, I don't know her name, has been invited to an old castle in Central Europe, and apparently dangerous tricks are afoot. And we're going to have to solve puzzles and riddles to make our way through the game and uncover the mystery. So let's get into it. Right, well, I know nothing. I would presume that's the main character's vehicle? Oops. Oh, that's interesting. We have a stress level and a temperature and a caffeine influence. And a bladder level. Interesting. And we have photographic memory. Truth recovered, 0%. What I was... Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm trying... There we go. I'm trying to put my controller down without pressing anything in order that I can write down this license plate, which, for some strange reason, appears to have a colon in it, which I can't explain, but there you go. Right. Let's carry on. Okay. Those buttons both do the same thing. Okay, that's how we get to this screen. Photographic memory. Nothing. Current possessions. Oh, we have some current possessions. Car key. And those. Interesting. Feminine hygiene items. Bought in a pharmacy in a town near the hotel. Made out of absorbent cotton. Wrapped in wax paper. Invented in the early 1930s. Designed to absorb blood and other secretions during menstruation. The lack of an applicator suggests an origin which is not American. It was not uncommon for hygiene products to be wrapped in wax paper as late as the 1960s. Moon cycles and menstruation have historically been linked, and even today many debunked myths about menstruation are widespread due to taboos, ignorance, and superstition. Okay. I would assume they are going to be, as an item in a puzzle game, they are going to be useful for picking up liquids, I would imagine. Meet him at the hotel. Oh, was it a hotel, not a castle? That's quite possible. Arrived by car. Wonderful. How do I leave this? There we go. Can I go back into the car? It's locked. Well, I have the key. Car door unlocking. I'm not suggesting we leave right now. But we should search it, I guess. Look in the glove compartment. Glove compartment opening. There is an instruction booklet and a letter. View the instruction booklet. Thank you for selecting the Lorelei and the Laser Eyes software. Please read this instruction booklet to ensure proper handling and maximum enjoyment. Save the instruction booklet for future reference. Why? I'm pretty certain this game came out last year. Not 10 years ago. So I would presume that Lorelei and the Laser Eye software is actually an in-game thing. I would guess. Even though that is the name of the game I am playing right now, I would guess in that game's universe it is a thing. And that's what we're reading now, the instruction booklet for whatever Lorelei and the Laser Eyes software is in the game universe. This symbol is your guarantee that Simogo has developed this project and as such meets our standards for great workmanship, quality and artistic value. Before playing, what really happened at this old hotel? Who are you? Who are the other visitors? The goal of this game is to find the truth. To get the most out of this game, play in a quiet and dimly lit environment with pen and paper at hand. This game requires knowledge of real-life systems like the 24-hour clock, Roman numerals, Arabic numbers, and other such-like concepts. Parts of this game deal with and depict sensitive subjects and themes. Players' discretion is advised. Oh. Well, it'd be nice if I had a list of content warnings that I could have surveyed and appropriately tagged this stream with, but never mind. I'm just double checking. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. I'm not mad, right? That was last year, not 10 years ago. Yeah, 2024 video game. I'm not going mad. Okay. Controlling the game. This game uses contextual controls, of which only the most common scenarios are outlined. Directional input. The player character walks in the direction pressed. If the player character has enough caffeine in her blood, she will instead run. Also used for various selections in menus and highlighting objects when in a zoomed-in perspective on an object. Directional input is also used to control the cursor while viewing maps, once found. Buttons. When pressing any button near an interactable object or another character, the player character will be able to interact and take contextual actions in different ways. When the player character is not in the proximity of anything, pressing the button will allow her to introspect. Okay, that must be what we did a moment ago. The introspection screen allows you to view various information you come across during your adventure. On the main page, you can monitor various information about the player character's status, needs and health. You can also review how much of the truth has been recovered. 100% truth recovery is not needed to complete the game. Photographic memory. Every letter, document, note, and other important information found throughout the game is stored in the player character's memory. This information can be retrieved and viewed at any time. Current possessions allows you to see what the player character is currently carrying in her bag. Notes about each object's provenance, characteristics, and such can also be viewed from here. Mental notes. Keeping track of things to do. When a task has presented itself in the game, a note is made and is visible on the screen for a few seconds. These tasks are stored for later viewing in the mental note and are crossed out when cleared. Personal history keeps a chronological record of events which have occurred in the game. This includes player encounters, new locations found, etc. After finding a Byte Series system, you'll also be able to access it through the introspection screen. That looks awfully like a Game Boy, I have to admit. Not quite, actually. You'd expect the A and B button to be on the left, whereas that looks more like a joystick. Saving the game. Computers are found throughout the game. From here you will be able to save or load the game. Please observe that the software does not automatically save your progress. Any unsaved progress will be lost forever. Should the game end, you'll have to restart from your latest save. Computers can also be used to load files from disks. It is recommended to save your game before loading unknown files. Oh, so are we going to find disks in the world which then allow us to load saves which we didn't make? That could be interesting and quite meta. You can also use computers to find valuable information and statistics about your current playthrough. Advice and tips. Throughout the game you will find American dollars. The different rewards you can purchase with them are not required to complete the game. Spend your American dollars wisely. Their amount is finite and new things to purchase might be discovered as you progress. In and around the hotel you will encounter bolted shortcuts. Opening them is not required to complete the game but can make traversal quicker. A hint on how to unlock shortcuts is hidden within the hotel. Listen very carefully if a person wearing an owl mask speaks. Okay. If a revolver is raised, it means the game could be over if you do not answer correctly. You might not always have the required knowledge to solve a puzzle. Explore, observe, and make sure to check your memories. Some obtained information might be valuable later. I should make some... Oh! A photo fell out of the instruction manual. I was still reading it. I'll be back for the photo in a second. Oh, that was actually the last page, coincidentally. So, a hint on how to unlock shortcuts is hidden within the hotel. A hint on how to unlock shortcuts is hidden in the hotel. Listen very carefully if a person wearing an owl mask speaks. If a person wearing an owl mask speaks. I'm predicting this will probably be a multi-week thing to finish this game, and so I'm making a note of these things now because I could well forget. If a revolver is raised, it means the game could be over if you do not answer I assume that's if the player character literally has a gun to their head. Right, let's look at the photo. Okay. That looks an awful lot like an old photo of someone that's been shot in the head. Might not be. They certainly don't seem to be having a good time. Syracuse, December 13th, 1962. That's a long time ago. Signorina. As discussed, I'm expecting arrival at the Hotel Latstes Jar on January the 7th next year. This project is my magnum opus, the mother goose of all birds. It is my firm belief that you can help me transcend the limitation of art for humans. The limitation of art, you say? We will put on a show for the eyes of the cosmos. Ab immo pectore. What does that say? It looks like there's a 26 in that. R Nero. It looks like R in 26 Nero. Oh, Rinzo. Rinzo Nero. Okay. That's worth making a note of. So, Rinzo Nero. Invited us to Hotel Letztes Jar. I have no idea how that's pronounced. I don't even know what language it is. Right, what's ab immo pectore? This game's very quiet. I wonder if I should put some music on. Then again, it would only be the classical music that people didn't seem to be too keen on when I was playing Grand Theft Auto. From the bottom of the chest. From the bottom of one's heart. Interesting. And it is Latin. Oh, chest presumably meaning the human chest. Not a chest. As in a container. A wooden container. Well, usually wooden. At least in video games. So pectore is in pectoral muscles, I guess. Ab must be from, and immo must be the underside of, I would assume. Oh, hang on, I have more notes to make, don't I? So we probably want some sort of timeline. So, Syracusa, December 13, 1962. And we think that it's currently... Hold on, let me get the name of the hotel again. Hotel Letztes Jar. January the 7th. 1963 is our current thinking. Glove compartment shutting. Guess we may as well listen to the radio quickly. I don't think they had music quite like that in 1963. Interesting. Oh, it's different music each time. Lock. We will indeed lock the car. So that's walking off somewhere. Can I not? Oh, I can interact. This sign has been erected by the National Heritage Board and is maintained by the Orgenwaldberg Resident Association in consultation with the Orgenwald Culture Committee. The Orgenwald Forest and surrounding areas were given status as a national park in 1958. Camping or lighting fires are strictly prohibited within the park at all times. Ecology and wildlife. The trees of the forest mainly consist of members of the Fungaceae family, including oaks, chestnuts, and beeches. Please report any instances of beech bark disease to the National Park Administration. The Oldenburg Forest is the home of many species of animals, including wildcats, badgers, bats, deer, and wild boars. The forest has been Central Europe's largest colony of boreal owls. History and culture. Archaeology finding dating as far back as the Paleolithic era suggests that the grounds were considered holy. Today, because of its cultural history, it remains a favourite spot for artists, and countless films, books, and other works have been created or conceived here. For hundreds of years, the land was owned by the Schwarzwald family, of which the last member was renowned painter Renate Schwarzwald. After her tragic death, the state used the building as a home for the blind, after which the structure was sold and turned into the first hotel in the region. The origins of the mausoleum of the land, the origins of the mausoleum on the land is unknown. In fact, whether someone is buried inside or not has been a source for debate by local historians. The cemetery administration has refused the exhumation of the mausoleum. The site is home to a myriad of legends and mysteries. Spots of ghosts aplenty, and many visitors have tried to find a fabled treasure, but whether it has ever existed is unknown. What mysteries will you find here? Okay, I am going to suggest I put some music on in the background. And then we open up a browser and start looking up some of these. Some of the things we've read about. See if these are real places. I suspect quite a lot of these probably are real places. Right, I haven't started this in a good long while, so let's hope it works. Oh dear. Okay. Give me a moment. I wish I'd been prepared for this, but evidently I wasn't. Right, I did say about starting a browser window, didn't I? So let's start with Syracusa. Huh. Why did that not work? Hold on, Yanni. That should have worked. Oh, is that what went wrong? Sorry. I know this must be boring for you. Um, just trying to get my jukebox script to work properly. It looks like I've updated the symptom. Let me try again. Looks like I've updated this system since I last um, used it, and as a result, some of the dependencies have broken, and that's what I'm looking at quickly. Shouldn't take me long. Right, so is that going to work now? No, because there's additional packages they want. That seems to work. Okay. Can you hear anything? That's a good question. It doesn't look like it. But the script is running. I can hear stuff, so there's that. Oh, okay. Hang on. I think I know why that didn't work the way I wanted it to. But we can rectify that. I just need to find the right terminal. That's right. And then this one needs, this other script that I'm running needs to be launched again with that. That should have worked. Why did that not work? I am sorry about this. I realise this isn't ideal. Yes, that looks correct. Oh, let me check my audio routing. Yeah, that should work. Why is that not working? Do we at least... Okay, so it's displaying what's playing. We know that much. Let me check Twitch chat. Has anyone said anything? Not yet. But you can't hear the music by the looks of things. Why not? I could manually link it. I'll do that for now. If that stops working, let me know. Still, we have some music now for the background. Let's start looking stuff up like I initially said we would. So, Syracusa. Province of Syracuse, Sicily. Syracuse, Sicily, the capital of the Italian province of the same name. Okay. Was a province in the autonomous island region of Sicily. Following the suppression of the Sicilian provinces, it was replaced in August 2015 by the Free Municipal Consortium of Syracuse. Okay. So, that was the first thing I wanted to look up. So Syracuse is on Sicily, or at least would have been in 1963. Syracuse. Sorry, Syracusa. Oh, 1865 to 2015. I might even write that down. Right, what was the next thing I wanted to look up? It was in the game, wasn't it? Well, I mean, it's all in the game, but like it was on the page in the game that I was previously on. Orgenwaldberg. Orgenwaldberg. Okay. Tell me about that. Orgenwaldberg. Doesn't seem to exist. What about Orgenwald? That looked like it did exist. Oh dear, sorry. Oh, no, that's got no G. Okay, so this is presumably a fictional location. Fair enough. What's the game? Oops. There's the game. I mean, the thing is, it does sound Germanic, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's in Germany. It could be in Austria, for example. Boreal owls. What's a boreal owl? The boreal owl, or Teldman's owl, is a small owl in the true owl family, Strigidae. It is known as the boreal owl in North America and as Tengmalm's owl in Europe after the Swedish naturalist Peter Gustav Tengmalm, or more rarely, Richardson's owl after Sir John Richardson. Due to the boreal owl's shyness and evasive reaction to human activities, nocturnal habits, and preferred inaccessible taiga forest habitat, it is rarely seen by humans. They've got a beautiful example right there. Goodness me. Right, what else do we want to look up while we're here? I want the game, don't I? There we go. So, under Orgenwaldberg, I should put fictitious? Question mark? We've also got the Schwarzwald family owned estate. Noted. What else? Hang on. Didn't the man we spoke to, Rinzo Nero, talk about wanting to raise art to overcome the limitations of art, I think they said. And here we're talking about a dead artist. Renat. I'm not sure how it's pronounced, I'll be honest. Schwarzwald. Female artist, last owner. Noted. There is a mausoleum on the site. Mystery mausoleum. Exhumation refused. Right, was there anything else worth... Oh, there was a reference to some sort of fabled treasure. Fabled treasure and ghosts. Right, I think we've got everything we're going to get from that. Let's keep going. It's too late to go back. Oh, okay. You know what I could really do with? Some way that I could have the volume of the music I'm playing to be side-chained with the game's volume, so that it would automatically become quieter if the game was playing music. Ah, this must be the mausoleum we've heard about. Cemetery gate is locked. My guess is that car keys will not work on it, but unlock the gate to the cemetery. Why is that an objective of ours? Why would we think that that's something that we should do? But apparently that's been added to our in-game to-do list. Also, I've only just noticed... A dog barking, goodness. I've only just noticed that we can't walk off the path. It's physically impossible. Okay, the hotel is to the right. So we're going to be rebellious and go to the left. Lorenzo the Great. It's locked. There is a letter slot in the door. Tickets is inscribed in red paint below the slot. I have no tickets. Assuming that's... Oh, unlock the caravan. Assuming that's what the implication there was. You'd have thought, if this is some sort of travelling showman, that they would be selling tickets. Perhaps you put a ticket in that you've acquired elsewhere and then they come out? I don't know. But I should add that to the people we know about. Lorenzo the Great. We still don't know the main character's name, do we? Right, let's carry on. Right, yes, I see. 2 paths to the left, which just create a loop. So this must be the hotel I've already forgotten the name of again. Lettres Yar or something? Oh, what a good boy or girl. Read the letter, inspect the collar. We'll inspect the collar. The tag reads Rudy. Right, Rudy. Is that a male or female name? I think probably male. Read the letter. Our mystery starts in previous correspondence. Find the year. I know the year. The previous correspondence year was 1962, I think. Although I did write it down, to be sure. Which would make this year 1963. Yep, that's exactly correct. Is there a combination lock here or something? Unlock the front gate. Okay. It's locked. That wouldn't make a very good... that wouldn't be a very good way to keep people out in real life, would it? Find the year when it's the current year. Why did that not work? What do I do? I'm still struggling a bit with the controls. It's not clear to me how I submit a response. Everything I press seems to make this advance. Literally everything I press. Okay. Ahaha. Got it. Right, let's see how it works. I'm using a controller, incidentally. Okay, a computer. That means we can save. Save file. Yes, yes. Save, save, save. Weird that they're at date 0, but hey ho. In fact, that's an impossible date. Because, aside from the fact that it's outside of both the Unix and the Windows date ranges, I think the Unix one began in 1960? I'd have to double check when the Unix epoch was. The Windows epoch is the 1600s, I think. January the 1st, 1600, because years follow a 400-year cycle. Well, days. The calendar follows the 400-year cycle. So whatever day of the week it is today, it will be the exact same day of the week in exactly 400 years' time and 400 years after that, and so on. It repeats. Yeah, and that's also taking into account leap days and stuff like that. But aside from that, the first year, the earliest AD date, so after the notional birth of Jesus, is year 1. It goes from 1 BC to 1 AD. There is no year 0. That's why, incidentally, 2000 was still in the 20th century, not the 21st century. Because starting from January the 1st, 1 AD, 100 years later would take you to January the 1st, 101 AD. So, when we advance by centuries, the point at which we tick over to the next century is some number of 100 years plus 1. Anyway, what was I thinking? Unix epoch, I think I was going to quickly look up. I'll just do that on the computer I've got here, since it'll be quicker. Oh, it was January the 1st, 1970, not 1960. That's a Unix epoch. Anyway, like I was saying, impossible. Zero is an impossible. Year 0 is an impossible date for multiple reasons. Hotel dollars, outside dollars, mausoleum dollars, etc. Oh, is this things I've discovered? Maybe. Right, I can load... Oh, 1.4% of the way through the game. Interesting. So I can load that one, and that does have today's date. No, I don't want to. I want to cancel. Oh, it really is annoying me that there's no... It doesn't appear to be a back button in this game. Like, literally, every button that you... Oh, aside from the arrow buttons that you use to move up and down and left and right, and that goes for the joysticks as well, every other button appears to be a confirm button. So, including the triggers and the bumpers, everything is confirm. You can't... Normally I'm used to navigating menus by like pressing A to go down a menu and B to go back out, or something, or you know, some similar system. Can't do that here. Anyway, we saved. Among handwritten notes like lock gate, feed dog, and right handwritten notes, there is a typed letter. Signorina. I'm going to look up what language that is. Presumably that's Italian? Just checking this quickly. A courtesy title for an unmarried woman of Italian origin. Oh, unmarried. Okay. You were as expected clever, like the mouse who finds the fresh carrot among mouldy cheese. Forgive the strange welcome with a locked gate and a black dog. We have to be sure to keep uninvited guests away. Meet me inside. Our journey 160 years back in time is about to begin. The past is the key to the future. Bona fortuna, which presumably means good luck. Rinzo Nero. Was that when that artist died, by any chance, 116 years ago? Renat Schwarzwald. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a suitable page in my notes to add to that. Journey begins 116 years ago. Excellent. Let's keep going, shall we? Oh, is that one of those gaming devices? I assume gaming devices, it might not be. Yes, Byte says gaming system obtained. Wonderful. Shut down. Byte says OS. Version 0.3. KLB Electronics. 1982. Install game. Calc.rom. No game installed. Okay. That's a good start. That's a good continuation. What if I try and divide by something it can't divide by? Ah, it does do fractions. Okay. So we've only got plus, minus, times and divide. But it will do fractions. Okay. Can we install games? We have no games to install. Okay. Again, I've got that old problem. That there's no way to go back other than you can only confirm. Electrical cabinet. Okay. Unlock the electrical cabinet. One nice thing is because this game is managing a to-do list for us, presumably I don't have to do that myself. Which is nice. Yep. That is nice. Okie dokie. I'm doing the same thing again. Oh, can I just look through all old documents we've seen? I wouldn't call that a map. Oh, there is a map. Oh, that's nice. There's an arrow coming off the map at a particular location. We should check that out. Unsigned letter carried by dog. Alright. How do I get out? Again, I have to go up to the X. You have to go up to the X, or whatever the equivalent is, and confirm. It's bolted from the other side. Okay. Is that supposed to be the clue about how we access other areas? The fact that it's bolted from the other side? I assumed that's how the shortcuts would work in this game, that you have to access them from the correct side. Because that's how most games do it. So usually we can't leave the path, so I presume the point about having that arrow marked on the map is it's telling us that, oh, you actually can go off the path over here. If I could find the spot. I'm assuming that may not be the case. Ha ha ha! That is exactly the case. And we have $1 American. Wonderful. Who could possibly want more? Is that everything? Why was there $1 in a campfire? Because that looks an awful lot like someone was making a campfire there. That appears to be everything. What was I going to say a moment ago? I was going to say... Oh, I suppose I can put the dollar in there. What I was going to say is... If we've got this photographic memory, and so all letters we ever encounter and maps and so on are available again at any point, then I probably should still make some notes about things we encounter, in particular, that as in like documents we encounter, in particular specific phrases or ideas that are likely to come up again, but it does reduce the amount of note-taking I have to partake in, which I do appreciate. Right, let's put the American dollar inside the letterbox. That doesn't seem to do anything. Okay. It's a bit of a shame that the game doesn't even appear to have a way to indicate that the thing you just did is incorrect. Because until I checked, I didn't even know whether that had consumed the dollar or not. It appears not to have. Let's save again, since we can. Yeah, it's very retro computer sounds. Wait, look at the date there. 1982 to 2014. Again, this game came out in 2024, so that's not a real copyright. What would you call it? Statement? But equally, actually, I've just noticed something else very interesting, which we'll get to in a moment. But equally, that's in the future from the 1962 that the letter is dated, and the 1963, which it's supposed to be right now in game. I mean, that's like, even the earliest date there is 20 years too late. Now, the other interesting thing I noticed is, look what it says at the top there. L:/file system. Now, an L:/* looks a lot like a DOS style path name, specifically signifying the drive that you're on, but they would be enumerated from A. Usually A and B would be your two floppy drives. You may not have two floppy drives, but computers, and in theory you could have more, but conventionally computers back in the day would reserve A and B for floppy disk drives. Why would you want two floppy disk drives, you may say? So that you can copy data from one floppy disk to another without having to store it on the computer itself as an intermediary. Plus, the computer itself in theory, might not have a hard disk. So again, two floppy drives, A and B. Then C, if you had it, would usually be the main system on the hard drive of the computer. And obviously that convention continues to today on Windows systems. You know, usually Windows is installed on C:/. Point I'm getting at is L is quite a long way down. What is it? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. 12. Now, even if we take away A and B, that's two of them, we're 10 drives down. That suggests that this computer has at least 10 partitions on it. And this software is on L. I don't know what to make of that, but it's odd. I'm going to copy all that down. Both the copyright statement and the path Why would you have a directory called file system as well? I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing that, but what would be the point? Like, if it's mounted, there's already a file system there. I mean, if you were like writing driver software to manage a file system, yeah, that would be a perfectly reasonable reason to have a directory called file system. But it's not something you'd usually expect to see. Even though it's a perfectly valid directory name. Actually, hang on. File system, that's over 8 characters. Which I don't think they could do. Could they? I know files were restricted to 8 characters and then up to 3 for the extension. That's 10 characters. Were directories an exception? Could you get up to 11 characters in a directory name? I didn't think you could. Right, let's transition again. An 8.3 file name, also called a short file name or SFN, is one that obeys a file name convention used by CP/M and old versions of DOS and versions of Microsoft Windows prior to Windows 95 and Windows NT 3.5. I think you'll find that the longer file names than Windows 95 were a hacked-on extension, and in actual fact, internally, they were still stored as 8.3 file names. I had thought, maybe I've got that backwards. Maybe actually they were stored as longer file names and they used some sort of hack to get the versions of DOS that Windows was running on top of to recognise longer names, but I didn't think so. It's also used in modern Microsoft operating systems as an alternate file name to the long file name to provide compatibility with legacy programs. Oh, maybe then. Maybe that does sound like exactly what I was describing. The file name convention is limited by the FAT file system. Similar 8.3 file naming schemes have also existed on earlier CP/M, TRS-80, Atari, and some Data General and Digital Equipment Corporation mini computer operating systems. So what are the restrictions? 8.3 file names are limited to at most 8 characters after any directory specifier, followed optionally by a file name extension consisting of a period and at most 3 further characters. For systems that only support 8.3 file names, excess characters are ignored. If a file name has no extension, a trailing dot has no significance. That is, my file and my file dot are equivalent. I didn't know that. Furthermore, file and directory names are uppercase in this system, even though systems that use the 8.3 standard are usually case insensitive, making camelcap.tpu equivalent to the name camelcap.tpu in uppercase. However, on non-8.3 operating systems, such as almost any modern operating system, accessing 8.3 file systems, including DOS-formatted floppy disks, but also including some modern memory cards and networked file systems, the underlying system may alter file names internally to preserve case and avoid truncating file names, letters in the name, for example in the case of VFAT. Right, what I want to know is what are the restrictions on directory names? I thought they could only be 8 characters. Dots are important and must be used even for folder names. If there is a dot in the folder name, if there are multiple dots in the long file directory name, only the last one is used. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Let me look this up somewhere else quickly, just asking the internet. Maximum directory name length 8.3. You'd think this would be easier to look up. I can't find okay, I've confirmed it using DOSBox. If I try to make a directory with the name Foobar Baz in DOSBox, it only comes up as Foobar Ba. I haven't actually bothered to dig any deeper to find out whether, for example, it did actually create a directory called Foobar Baz on the underlying file system, because of course DOSBox is just an emulator. But the point is, clearly it wants to truncate directory names to 8 characters at some level, which is what I thought. So yeah, so just to confirm, whatever this system is supposed to be running, it looks a lot like the old DOS systems, but it is not apparently restricted to 8.3 file names, which makes me think that, given that the copyright is up to 2014, it makes me think this is more likely supposed to be some sort of like Windows system that's running exclusively in a terminal. I don't know how else I'd explain that. Still, good information to have. Let me have a look at this device again. Byte says. Byte says OS version 0.3 KLB Electronics. $1982. Rightio. Let's carry on. Oh, I keep forgetting how to get out of those menus. Right, what are we doing next? Actually, let's go back to that menu. What do our mental notes tell us? Unlock the front gate, unlock the caravan, unlock the gate to the cemetery, meet him at the hotel. Well, we're not meeting him at the hotel until we unlock the front gate, that's for certain. And I don't see any other objects here we can interact with. I could try the same combination I did before with this combination lock, but I'm assuming that won't do it. No. Did that get added to our to-do list, though? No. That's a shame. That means I am going to need a to-do list. Perhaps it'll be a to-do list with not too many items on it. But clearly I will need a to-do list if the game's not keeping track of everything. Combination lock for electrical cabinet. Noted. I just checked. The building's reflecting in the tiles, but we aren't. Make of that what you will. In fact, you know what? I am going to make a note of that. Because I wouldn't put it past this game, for that to be significant. It might not be, it might just be how the graphics have been done in this game. But, worth making a note of. No reflection in tiles. Noted. It's locked. The gate is locked. Is that the same letter from before? Yes. What else could I be missing? Photographic memory. Maps, documents, letters. Was that actually a car park where we stopped? I swear we just stopped the car in the middle of the road, but it does actually seem to indicate a car park on that map. Okay, let's think about this logically. Oh my goodness. The only real hint to any there's a camera that's following us. That's interesting. So presumably we do show up on cameras. So no reflection in tiles. Does show up on camera. Because how else were they tracking us? Back a bit. That's quite a nice jacket, isn't it? I don't know my fashion well enough to date it. That is rather a nice jacket. What sort of shoes do we have on? They almost look like trainers or something, don't they? I suppose it must be white leather or something? Probably. Very practical flat shoes, though. Yes, the character's surprisingly stylish. Guess I may as well make a note of that as well. As in, I don't think those clothes and that handbag were cheap. I think MC may be a fashionista. Right, that's another page of notes started. I end up with a surprising number of pages of notes when I begin a new game like this, because obviously I want to dedicate certain types of information to certain pages. Like having a page for a list of people names and place names and so on and so forth. As opposed to just having everything all interspersed. What I was gonna say is, this is the only location we've really been led to that, you know, wasn't already immediately obvious, which makes me wonder whether the dollar we found there is actually the key to getting things done. The computer. There were... I couldn't tell if they were using dollar signs just as some generic separator, or if it was actually some sort of buy menu. I was leaning towards it was just an arbitrary separator before, but you never know, it could be a buy menu. Oh, I see! It's tracking how many dollars we've picked up from specific locations. So when they told us there's a set number of dollars in the game, that's how many dollars there are in the game. Okay, let's add it all up. Total of... So, 45 plus 10, 55 plus 3, 58, 68, 76, 78, 88, 100, 126, 146. Oh no, because the other two aren't money. Total of $100 in-game. So another one is shortcuts and another one is whatever Quiz Club is. Not a buy menu though. So again, how do we advance? Let's look at this again. Oh, 160 years back in the past. Right, okay, I'm with you, I'm with you. That's the trick here. Sorry, 116. You want me to revert the date 116 years. So that would be 47? 1847? Yes! Got it. Okay, I was being a bit dim. Unlock the electrical cabinet. I can cross that off. We've done it now. I'm still not quite sure why that didn't end up on our normal to-do list, though. I don't think it did. Journey begins 1847. Noted. Is this going to let us into the cemetery or something? Is that where this is going? Okay. I guess I'll write these down for future reference. Oh, I'm trying to add them up. I get it. No need. Alright. Well, it's all addition, so we can ignore 2,194 because that will never by addition of only positive numbers reach 2014. So it must be one of the other two. 1331. Well, plus 611, because clearly 890 is going to be too far. Plus 611 would bring us to 1942. So to get to 2014, it would be 72, wouldn't it? Well, hey! Another puzzle solved. The gate is open. I was going to write down what it said there, but I guess we won't. Unless I can remember it. I don't think I do. I think it was like 1331. $13.31, I think, plus 6.11, was it? Plus 72 equals 2,114. Is that true? Let me double check. 1942. Yeah, that is true. That probably were the date. That probably was the numbers then. We'll have to keep an eye out to see if those numbers come up again. They may well do, or they may not. Right, what's the state of our mental notes? Okay. Not too bad. Okay. Quite a large American dollar. Okay. Not sure why an American dollar was left there. Creator. Artist. Who's a good boy? Rudy. Rudy is. Good dog. Dreamer. Magician. Artist, right. Let's make a note of this. So she's looking towards the central fountain. Let's draw a little fountain. And she's the artist. I think the next one's sort of like looking diagonally off to the side. Like past anything that I can particularly note. Creator. Might be the hotel, actually. Let's put the door to the hotel on this little little diagram I'm drawing. Wish I could share it with you. Okay. Magician. I think the magician is looking at the artist. And the dreamer is looking at the magician. Right, that's all been noted. Okay, we can go around the back, if necessary. Is that another American dollar? Goodness me. It's spotted from the other side. Okay, that's meant to be a shortcut then, presumably. Is there anything over here worth exploring? Yes. It's locked. Unlock shortcut 16. Interesting. Surveillance monitor. Let's have a look at this again. I've no idea what the code's going to be for that. Right. Let me check my... Sorry, the main character's mental notes. Right, they haven't noted the surveillance camera. Or the surveillance monitor, rather. So I will make a note of that. Since that may be important. Or it may not. We don't know. Surveillance monitor. Alrighty then. Let's check over here. Doesn't seem like there's anything over here, does it? Hello. Or maybe there is. Is there something? Well, I suppose this is technically another corner, not the one I was looking at when I said if there's anything over here. Unless it's the window, I don't see what we would be interacting with. Looks like there is a staircase down there though, but I don't see like a gate or anything. Which is what's confusing me. Like how, if that is a location we can get to, how would we come and go freely? Or what would be the point in getting over there, say from the inside of the house? Oh, there's a lever up the top there, do you see it? Above the hotel, on the hotel balcony on the right side, above the main door. Interesting. Yeah, what if even if we could get there from the inside, not the outside, what would be the point? Oh, there's a ladder above it. Perhaps that would be the point. Perhaps the lever drops the ladder and then we go up there and climb up the top or something. Hotel, lever, and ladder. Noted. Incidentally, do let me know, not necessarily right away, but do let me know how you're finding the stream, both in terms of the game itself that I'm playing and, you know, what you think of the music, whether you find it irritating or you enjoy it all, or however you feel. Yes, this has got a ladder that's already been dropped down, which suggests a similar sort of situation, that perhaps we might want to get over there and then climb the ladder. Okay, I think we've done a... I think we found everything outside the hotel that we can access currently. I'm just going back a second to save. And then we'll carry on. So, we hopefully should be meeting Rinzo Nero soon. Okay. By any chance is the code 1847? Do we need it? Well, I can't cancel out of this now. So that's that same date again. Well, it's a year, isn't it? That's that same year. And look at the paint on the ground, the like painted footsteps and the paint on the keypad. Just for my own the sake of my own curiosity, was there any of that paint in a previous location we've been? Not in there. Or is this a new phenomena? Yes, there was some there. Hello. Our temperature's gone up. Yeah, nothing here. Ah, there was paint on the door here. By any chance did it say Renzo, not Rinzo? That does look more like an eye to me. I'm just wondering if Lorenzo and Rinzo Nero are the same person. And also this individual that apparently is tracking paint all over the place. No paint over here. What was over this way? This was the cemetery, wasn't it? No paint over there that I can see. Fair enough. Come back here. Not seeing any paint. It's too late to go back. Alright, fair enough. Still don't know who's watching us and why. Still, looks like we're finally ready to enter the hotel. More of those footsteps. Do I follow the footsteps immediately? Inaudible shouting from the door, office door. Someone is talking in there. Not really any of our business. There are notices about events and happenings at the hotel. Notice about missing script pages. Script pages. Has anybody seen my lost pages last seen in my typewriter January 13th? What's that say? Gordonetta? Etty. Is that like actually a brand of really, really good typewriter? I think it might be. Nope. Don't appear to be. The content has cosmic, and that's been crossed out, personal value. There's a substantial reward for finding all 9 of them. Please select them personally. I'm staying in room 1963. Notionally the current year as well, I know. It's about exhibition. 2nd floor, open all day, free admission. Among the many portraits, lithographs and sculptures in the collection of Hotel Let's Say Jar, guests and visitors are welcome to visit the exhibition hall on the 2nd floor. We are proud to currently be hosting the absorbing mixed media work of Lorelei Wise, as well as a standing showing of Renette Schwarzwald Himmelskorper paintings. I've no doubt I'm mispronouncing that horribly. But that gives us another name, Lorelei Weiss. I don't know if that's the main character or... I mean, the game's called Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, so I don't know if that's the main character or if that's someone that's going to become a prominent figure in this game. But probably someone whose name we should be making a note of. That's a point. That letter we received was just addressed to Signorina, wasn't it? Not to... It wasn't addressed with a name. Missing cosmic pages. I should make a note of that. Well, at least this hotel seems to be quite alive. It looks like there's plenty of people here. As far as we can tell, we don't know how old these notices are. Hang on. Let me write that down again. Correctly this time. Rennet. Which again I'm sure I'm mispronouncing. Schwartz. Wolds. Himmelskorper paintings. What does that mean then? Himmelskorper. That's an umlaut above the O, isn't it? I think. Heavenly of heaven. Wonderful. Swedish. Even Norwegian off Swedish. But this is supposed to be in Central Europe. Sweden's a Nordic country, it's not in Central Europe. And the same obviously goes for Norway. Oh, hang on, it's changed the... It's redirected us. I looked up Himmelskorper and I ended up on Himmelsk. Which again, I'm surely mispronouncing. That's a little confusing. How did that happen? Here we go. German. Heavenly body. That makes more sense. Don't know what that redirect was about, but still. Okie doke. Let's carry on. Right, what else do we have? There is something written on the back of the note. Memory recovered. Exhibition. Second floor. Open to the... Enlightened. Have you taken the challenge to knowledge and are ready to step out into a world of true art? Are you the foretold Nothins? Mullier. Don't know what that is. Nothins Mullier. We welcome you. The real connoisseur to see it all in the Red Gallery on the 2nd floor. I guess I should write that down. Right. Exhibition. 2nd floor. Open to the enlightened. Have you taken the challenge to knowledge? And are ready to step out into a world of true art. Are you the foretold? Nothins Mullier. I notice that's capitalised. We welcome you. The real connoisseur. Oh, 2 S's in connoisseur. To see it all in the Red Gallery. On the 2nd floor. I'm surprised how well I did reading backwards like that. It's about ghost tour. Guided ghost tour with dinner, backyard, silent required. Brave the haunted dark nooks and crannies of the hotel. Soak up the atmosphere of centuries past. A nightly ghost tour is exclusive to our bravest guests, as the old building is home to a wide variety of spirits, good and bad. Most famously the Countess, who is said to stalk the hallways in search of her eyes. And who knows, perhaps you will also be invited to find and enter the many hidden passages on the tour. This Countess wouldn't happen to be Renat Schwarzwald, would it? Because nowhere up till now had it mentioned she was a countess, and you'd think it would, given that that would have been her title. But secondly, being an artist, losing her eyes? Please observe that pre-registration is required and that children are only allowed in the company of an adult. And that photograph we found in the car glove compartment. Wasn't that a woman holding her head with blood going everywhere? It's about fortune telling and magic show. Fortune telling and magic show. Location to be. What would that be? To be affirmed? To be allocated? Free for hotel guests. Since its opening, the mystery of magic and fortune telling has been synonymous with Hotel Letzab Jar. Our guests can meet with the local mystic or enjoy his mysterious magic show. But beware, he always has a trick up his sleeve. Notice about quiz. Quiz night, secret location, only for members. Feeling knowledgeable? Try joining the secret quiz club. Hotel Letzab Jar is the proud home of Europe's most trying trivia nights. How trying? Well, try finding it in the first place. To those who find their way to the hallways of wisdom, we promise an elite quiz which will challenge your awareness and perhaps even put your survival skills to the test. I don't know about that second part. That's not what I usually look for in a quiz. I should write that down though. Find hallways of wisdom. Notice about lost document tubes. Has anyone seen our document tubes? Please come by our temporary studio in the basement if you know of their whereabouts. Thank you. Okay, that was interesting. That was very interesting. How much of that made it onto our mental notes? Very, very little. Missing document tubes. Okie dokie. Let's carry on. I didn't mean to do that. Start music. Okay. Perhaps I should pause the jukebox quickly. Beautiful but creepy. Oh, that's the way down. The music's very quiet, isn't it? Nostalgia figurines, $1. Collect all 20. Not right now. Oh, okay, that must be for the bladder mechanic. Well, of course we're going to wash our hands. Shortcut. It's bolted from the other side. Okay. I get the feeling this is a large location we stumbled across. There are a lot of early sketches and notes on the drawing board. Symmetric design. Estimated project cost. One module cost equals 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hang on. I'm trying to pass this. Let me get the jukebox on again since the music stopped. I could be wrong. I think that's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pieces, but I'm not 100% sure. Like, if you look in the top left, it looks like the front bit's 2 units high, and the bit behind it is 2 units long. But the thing is, look at the very top, the way that the lines meet up. I don't think they'd do that, would they? At that angle. Like the line of the tower and the line of the wing of the building, if that's a building. Unless the building continued in that, like the wing of the building continued in... Oh, it's symmetric. We know it's symmetric. I get it. Okay. Then I would conclude that you've got 5 on the right hand side, 5 on the right hand side, and it's 3 tall in the middle. So that's going to be 13 times 20. Why we would need to know that, I don't know. Is this the plan for the hotel? I assume they were just using the existing building. So it doesn't fully figure. So 20 times 13 equals 260. What the units of the cost are, we don't know. It seems to be unitless. It just says 20. I have no idea what that stamp actually says. Modern design proposal, inexpensive materials, economic construction, low priced interior, any hidden costs. What? Lysen Architect, Ritning, Godkand, Av, Loft to Vinden, Malmo, Silverage. So, estimated project cost. Any hidden costs? Least expensive option. Modular room design. Project team said their cranes cannot rotate modules. Suppliers only has one of each module in stock. Constructor said our measurements do not make sense. Simple room design. Recalculate the area. calculate the area. Well, 9 times 81 is going to be 729, I think. Yeah, it's bound to be, isn't it? Component-based mansion design. Available components and prices. Okay. Remember to report cost to the client. Well, it's which left-hand side one matches and which right-hand side one matches, right? So what's the difference between the first two? Whether there's... Okay, a difference is whether there is a little spike coming up from the leftmost tower. And there is not in the design up top. Right, what about the first... So what about the first one and the third one? What's the difference? We're looking at the top row of components. Whether there's a window and a door on the right hand side, and of course there should be, so we dismiss the 50 cost one. What about between the third one and the fourth one? Whether there's a window next to the door. There shouldn't be, so we dismiss the third one. What's the difference between the fourth one and the fifth one? Whether there's 2 windows up the top. Or just one, and there should be 2. So it's 215 plus, now we do the same on the other side. What's the difference between the first one and the second one? On the bottom row. Whether there's 3 windows or 2. There should be 3. Right. First one and third one. How many windows there are in not the leftmost section, but the next section along? 1 or 2. There's 2. So we dismiss the third one. First or fourth. What's the difference? The height of the tower on the right should be shorter, so we dismiss the fourth one. First or fifth? Whether there's a window above the main door on the right hand side, and there should be. So it's the first one. So the total should be 300. I make it. Just double checking that. Pretty sure that's right. What was this one? Modular room design, least expensive option. I don't know how long it is, which is part of the problem. I assume we're trying to make the shape at the top. It looks about 4 tall and 2 wide at the tallest part, but then how long is the other bit? Let's assume that it is like its minimal bounding rectangle is 4 by 6. The most limiting part of it then is going to be their cranes cannot rotate modules, so we don't have to worry about rotations. Then the most limiting bit is going to be the wide bit at the bottom. The only way I can see to do that would be with the in the bottom right, the 130 and the 485, just put one on top of the other and you've got it. That's not a better solution, is there? Ah, maybe. If it's only 5 by 4, then it could be the 80 and 55. Oh no, 80, 55 and the square one, I think. I don't see any other way we could make a shape even resembling that. I'm guessing it's 480 plus 130 equals 615. But just in case I'm wrong, I'll include the other option. So that's 80 plus 55 plus 130, which would equal 265, I think. Any hidden costs? That's what's confusing me. Oh, it tells us what direction north is. I think that might be telling us there's something hidden in whatever room that is. Okay, I think we've worked out everything we can there. Oh, paint prints going down there. Interesting. Okay. Open the basement document tube. KJELLARE with an accent. Basement document tube. Okie doke. going. Memory recovered. Right, but how do I... Am I not allowed to rearrange these pieces? Oh, I am. I was going to say. I assume that probably goes there. Oh, maybe not, actually. That probably goes at the bottom. Oh, that goes there. Lorenzo the Great and his magic roses. What stories do they tell? Memory changed. That's an interesting symbol. Guess I'll make a copy of that. Okie doke. Shredded poster. Not entirely clear why that poster was shredded, but still. It's bolted from the other side. Okay. Notice, elevator is out of service. We apologise for the inconvenience. Elevator service info tell, and that's being crossed out. Heismeister GmbH, Nashtale 61. Okay, I am pretty certain we're in Germany now. I mean, it was looking very Germanic before, but there are other countries that are quite Germanic. This is looking... I'm pretty sure this is actually Germany. Coffee machine by the looks of it. Espresso machine. Automobile. Plus. A dog like all other dogs. It's locked. Okay. Padlock in the elevator hallway. Another American dollar. Another one of those. First attached. Alright, document tube. Open the first floor document tube. That's funny, I could have sworn we were on the ground floor. Do they use the American floor numbering system in Europe? Well, if so, then it's probably a European numbering system that the Americans adopted. Film poster. The Ace of Hearts. Upside down for some reason. The Ace of Hearts. It's bolted from the other side. It's locked. Padlock east of foyer. Are these actually being added to our mental notes? Yep. Phonograph. We won't start the music right now. I guess I should. CS Bolt's Number Puzzles Volume 1. Welcome to, SC's Bolt's Number Puzzles Volume 1. Your shortcut to a quicker brain. This collection of my original number conundrums range from beginner to intermediate. Each puzzle can always be answered with a number between 0 and 99. Exclusive or inclusive. And are all sure to challenge your grey cells. I hope this book will both entertain and train your intellect. About the author. Dr. S.C. Bolt, born 1949, has written over 200 puzzle books and constructed over 50,000 brain teasers and riddles. He is the director of the Puzzle Association of Denmark, and his puzzles have been published in all of the world's biggest publications. Puzzle number 1. North is 0, south is 30, east plus west equals. Which number is hidden behind the black bar? Um, 60, I would assume. Assuming that as you go round in degrees, it's north 0, east 15, south 30, and west 45. Alright. So, I'm guessing 60. Number 2. What is y minus x? So I need to figure out the pattern. Is this Sudoku-like or something? Right, so 13 plus 87 is 100. 76 plus 11 plus 6 plus 7 is also going to be 100. 43 plus 21 plus 36 is also going to be 100. So each of the areas that have been separated from each other by lines, they almost add up to 100. So y must be 100. X. Well then, in fact, I could work out what y minus x is by just knowing the total of the numbers that aren't x in x's region. So 16 plus 4 is 20. 18 plus 32 is going to be 50. So 78. 78. Pretty sure that's right. 20, 50, 70, 78. Yep. Puzzle number 3. What is x plus y plus z? Oh, how have they done it this time? Kind of weird how... Oh, I think I see. Are they rotating it each time? I don't know. As in, when you change X or Y coordinate, is it just a rotation? I don't think so. I'm trying to figure out how they are doing it. So the middle row, for example, 2 always seems to be at the top. Bottom row 3 is always at the top. Top row 6 is always at the top. So they must be turning it by 180. And then back the other way by 90, I think. Actually, if it's a 180-degree turn, then you don't know if it's clockwise or anti-clockwise, do you? I think they're turning it by 180 degrees. And then they're turning it anti-clockwise as you look down on the die by 90 degrees. So whichever number is on the right-hand side on the first die in any row is going to be on the left-hand side on the rightmost die in any row. Yeah, I think that has to be true. Okay, so it's going to be... Two, 1, 2. So 5. I think that's right. Puzzle number 4. What is square, square, diamond minus square, diamond, square plus diamond, square? Okay. Is this essentially a Sudoku? Is it 1, 0, 8 and 9? Oh no, because there's a 6 as well. This isn't a Sudoku. It's not a rotation, I don't think. As in, like a... As if there was a longer number and they were just, like, rotating all the digits. They were taking 4 digits, but then moving the position of it, is what I mean. Rotation in, like... I was thinking, like, the bitwise sense, but not in binary. It's not that sort of situation, I don't think. I suppose rotation is the wrong word, isn't it? Because that would imply that digits that go off the left-hand side would appear on the right-hand side, or vice versa. Is there some sort of symmetry? I'm not seeing one. Not easy, are they? Or getting increasingly difficult. I mean, it's obvious that square is standing in for exactly one number, and diamond is standing in for exactly one number, so wherever there is a square, that is the same number popping up multiple times. And the same for a diamond, but what I'm just trying to think is, how do I determine what that number should be? They're not totaling based on like columns or rows or anything like that, I don't think. Let's see, we only have one. There are no complete rows and there is one complete column, and that's 0, 0, 0, 1. It's not going to be multiplication based, I don't think, because of all the zeros. What's 819 something? It can't be that like each 2x2 square is supposed to make up some total or something, because the 969 something one's going to be much larger than anything else. What is the pattern? It's not some sort of like magic square or anything like that, is it? Because again, the 0001 is going to add up to 1. Maybe we'll come back to 4. V plus L equals 135. What is L? That's not Roman numerals, is it? Because that's 5 plus... What's L in Roman numerals? I'm pretty sure it's not 130. Actually, let's check on this PC so that you can see with me. There we go. L is 50. Right. So 5 plus 50 is not going to be 135. Could they be using a different base? I don't think so. Because to get 5 on the end... I don't... Yeah, to get 5 on... If we have 55 and we want 5 on the end, then surely the 50 part would have to divide evenly into whatever the base is, which it would in base 10, because there's 5 10s in 50. Well, what are the factors of 50? 2, 5, and 5. And it can't be base 5 because we've got a 5 on the end. So it's not that. Oops. Unless it's not a plus sign. Oh, is it the angle? Like 90 degrees and presumably 45 degrees. So it's 90. That doesn't look like 45 degrees to me though. That looks like 30 degrees at most. Let's go with that. Which number is hidden in the underlined sentence? So that's where our journey begins. 1847 we were told. That's the current year. That 2014 is the year that keeps coming up in the future. Oh, dearie me. I don't think I see a single repeated word. Alright, I'm skipping 6 for now. What number should go in the last shape? Well, it's clearly something to do with the number of sides or the angles. That's an octagon, isn't it? What are the angles in an octagon going to be? Well, there's going to be 8 of them, and they must add up to 360. So 45. And in a triangle, it's going to be 60. That doesn't get us to 83 very easily. Wait, am I talking rubbish? I am talking rubbish. I think. No, I'm not. All the... Hang on, in a triangle, all the internal angles are all 60s, so they add up to 180. So yes, I am talking rubbish. Yes, the formula is, isn't it? 180 times the number of sides minus 2. So sides minus 2 times 180 for the total of all internal angles. So for an octagon, that's going to be 180 times 6 divided by 8. So that's going to be 3/4 of each individual internal angle is going to be 3/4 of 180, which would give us what, 135, I think. That's not the solution. Is so... seems so arbitrary. And again, so does 49. Oh, 83. Right, number of sides on the outside, number of sides on the inside. 5049. That is indeed a nonagon. Right, so it's 6, 7, I think. That's a heptagon, I think. A hexagon with a heptagon inside. Well, at least we got that one. Although I wrote it under 6 when it should be under puzzle 7. Eight. In my left hand, I have half the total amount of coins I have. In my right hand, I have half of the amount of what I have in my left hand. The rest 6 are hidden in my hat. How many coins do I have? Well, you have 6 times 4, so 24. That's an interesting puzzle. So, Renat was the artist who died a long time ago, and there's some possibility she's the countess that lost her eyes. Although we can't be sure. Renat Squartzwald. Lorenzo is Lorenzo the Great. Lorelei might be the main character, or they might not be. And Renzo is Renzo Nero. So it is Renzo, not Rinzo. Okay, I'll correct that note. Anyway, R and E makes 185. L and O makes 1,215. L and I makes 129. So 1, 2 is L, perhaps? I know the O ends in 5. I know there's 4 digits. And I know that R... I'm going to copy this down, actually. Because I don't know if this is going to come up in the future. So, what do we know? We know that the L is 12. From that we know that O is 15. And I is 9. Then R must be 2 digits long, so it must be 18. So Renzo must be 1815. But the bit we're missing, in the black bars, is going to be just the 81. So I'll write that down. So E is 5. Let's go back to that earlier one. Does that help us solve it? No. Whoops. Oh dear. Why is that not working? I don't know. Which number is hidden behind the black bar? Oh, dearie me. So 14916. Interesting that ends in 2 zeros. Does it repeat at all? Not that I can see. Oh, no, I see what this is. This is the square numbers. 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36, 49, 64, 81, 100. That's easy enough. 25. Goodness me. I'm not sure how I feel about these puzzles. These feels like puzzles which... just being really logical wouldn't be enough. Like, if you were a really logical person but you hadn't paid attention at school, you wouldn't stand much of a chance, I don't think. I mean, to solve that from first principles. puzzles number 11. E or air. Whatever that is. 8 minus 1 maybe. Which number should go in the bottom shape? Oh, do I just attach the top of the top one and the bottom of the... Sorry, the top of the left one and the bottom of the right one? So I'd end up with 9, 4. Pretty sure that's right. Like a digital display. In an octagon-shaped room with 8 doors, the door to the north is marked 0 with red paint, but someone has scratched away the writing on all the 7 doors. What do you mean all the 7 doors? You said it's an octagon-shaped room, there's only one 7 door. Hey Pengy, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're having a good day. How have you been? The 2 other northern-facing doors... Oh, so you mean like northeast and southeast? Sorry, northeast and northwest. Are 45 and 315. The door to the west is marked 270 and the door to the east is marked... that's going to be 90. Because they're just marked for the number of degrees round a circle they represent. Puzzle 13. It is interesting. This seems to be a... There are shortcuts in this game, so you navigate the world. I'll show you the hotel in a moment. Actually, it may be a while. I've got a bit stuck on some of these puzzles. And you will sometimes encounter doors that are bolted from one side. If you get round the other side of them, then there's a bolt, but there's a padlock on the bolt, and you need a code to unlock the padlock. It's a combination lock. This book, it seems to contain a series of mathematically themed logic puzzles, I would say. I'm not sure many of them have been all that mathematical, but mathematically themed logic puzzles. And I believe the solutions to each of these puzzles is going to be the combination for a padlock in the game world. Tired. Got 4 hours of sleep last night, and you? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I slept not too bad, actually, surprisingly. I have had some insomnia recently, but last night wasn't too bad. Right, which number is hidden behind the black bar? So, 1691 to 1961. They've just swapped the middle two? But then to get to 1881, they seem to have changed it to 8s. The middle two to 8s. Which I don't quite get. How would you get 0, none on the outside? It must be a different transformation they're applying. Glad to hear it's better. Well, it comes and goes. Oh, you have an idea for this one. Wonderful. I'd welcome input from people that haven't played this game before. When I'm playing puzzle games, I don't mind playing along with chat. If people haven't done a game before and they have ideas, then I always welcome it. Obviously, it's different if they have played the game before and they're just spoiling it. That's a different matter entirely. Let's see. They're adding. How many years would it be? 270? What about from the first one to the third one? That's just 90, isn't it? Yeah, no, 190. See, 270 could be like a number of degrees, but 190 isn't. I've never seen this game, by the way, just like logical puzzles. Yep, I know. I'm thinking of rotation rather than numeric. Yeah, I was thinking rotation initially, but I don't know how they got to the 8s. Because from the first one to the second one, it's as if they just swapped the order. It's like they reversed it. Then how did they get the 8s? Like by combining them? Like as if they were two mirror images they put on top of each other, maybe? 8 upside down is 8, both mirrored and rotated. Same with 1. How did they end up with 0, 9 on the bottom one, though? Oh, are you suggesting you think it might be symmetric? But a mirrored 9 isn't going to be anything. I sort of see what you mean, because the first two could be linked by a vertical mirroring, depending upon how they were represented. Whereas the third one could be a horizontal mirroring about itself. Rotated 9 is 6. Vertically, yes, not horizontally. Look at the entire number as a whole. Oh, I see what you mean by rotation. Yes, I see what you mean. It's like you take the first two digits and you rotate them 180 degrees and stick them on the end. Yes, I think you're right. Which means it's 60, the bit we're missing. Good thinking. Puzzle number 14. What is x plus y? I mean, my first thought is like, is the first number vertical displacement and the second number horizontal? Sorry, the first one horizontal displacement and the second one vertical displacement. You know, so the gradient would be 55 over 25, or you know, correcting for depending upon which is positive x and which is positive y. But that doesn't quite figure, does it? Like the second one doesn't look like it's a 4-to-1 gradient. Yeah, my thought too, but not sure if a ruler is required for a good game. Yeah. Time's on a clock. It's time's on a clock. So like, what one hand? If that was two different hands, or you know, if the center of the clock is right in the middle of each line, you'd end up with 25 and 55 on the first one. You'd have 10 and 40 on the second one. So the x. Hang on. So the. How do we know which is which though? Which one comes first? Because 25 is the bottom right one there, and the top left is 55. The smaller one comes first. Right, so it's 0 and 30. What is x plus y? Oh, it does. Okay, it doesn't even matter because of the way they did it. Ooh, smart. Doesn't matter, you add them. Yep. Puzzle number 15. Which number is the symbol to the right? Well, instinctively I would assume that a grey line behind bars has a specific value in a specific position. And so it's from the positions that we can work out what these are. Wait, is this... This is binary. This is binary but vertical. Like... Is it... There is a name for this. Is this like a binary coded decimal or something? Not the vertical part, but like expressing the numbers 0 to 9 in binary. In like a sequence to create a decimal number. I think there's a name for that. But yeah, if you look at it, it's no, because that doesn't work with 80. No, I'm talking rubbish. Ignore me. I see it. This one I'm kind of sure of, so not spoiling anything. I can give a clue when asked. I'm going to persevere. For now. I may ask for that clue shortly. Yeah, I'm talking absolute rubbish. Ignore me about the whole binary stuff. It's not anything like that. I just got confused. Okay, well, obviously there's a clue in the fact that... Okay, I think we can ignore the possibility that it's digits that are encoded in the way I just said, because then we shouldn't have 50 on one side and 80 on the other. As in, like, the 5 and the 8 would be the same. So it's not that. It must be the total. So we ended up with a difference of 29. Let's suppose each side could go up to a total of 40. So that would make the middle one 11. Like having something in the middle position would be 11. And then you just add it all up. But that then wouldn't tell me what the top and bottom one are. I'd just know that they have a total of 29. So it's probably not that, because you don't have enough information to solve it that way. Which number is the symbol to the right? It is odd. How much information, the amount of information they think we can glean from seemingly so little. How would I distinguish a line at the top from a line at the bottom? Like, with the examples they've given me. Oh, hang on. No, I see. It's these are digital readouts of numbers behind black bars. The top one does say 51 and you don't see the 1 because it's covered up. The next one does say 80, but it's covered up. So I think it must be a 7, the first digit there. What would give you just a middle one? Well, not a 1, not a 2, not a 3, not... Oh, it could be a 4. Not a 5. Not a 6, not a 7, not an 8, not a 9. It'd have to be 74. Okay, that took me longer than it should have. Wait, hang on. Yeah, that is right. Puzzle number question mark? Hang on. Huh, okay. We have a puzzle number question mark. Which number is hidden behind the question mark? That's 64. These are just powers of 2 starting at 2. I'll show you one earlier, Penky, which I thought was notable. This one. I've already solved this one. Can you work this one out? It's one of those that can definitely be tricky if starting on the wrong track. Yeah, but I mean, from all the computing I've done in the past, I'm pretty quick on spotting the smaller powers of 2. That one is tricky. Oh. Yes, oh. 25, yes. Now the thing I said when I encountered this one, is that I don't think that makes a very good logic puzzle. Because the thing is, what it's really testing is, did you pay attention at school? Once you spot that it's the square numbers, it's obvious. But imagine if you were a very logical person that hadn't, learnt their square numbers. Imagine trying to solve this one from first principles. It would be a nightmare. Yeah, I agree. Puzzle number 17. I walked on floors of germanium. Before we were 3 crosses and 2 columns. A guard asked me for the code. I called Agatha's detective for a hint. We had moved to another country. The guard told me that if I was wise, I should count my teeth. What was the code? I got that it was required to split it irregularly, but grouped 14, so 14, 9, 16 first. I see. Why germanium? That's, like, quite high on the periodic table, isn't it? Actually, no, it's probably a transition metal, thinking about it. But, it's... It's an odd one. Germanium is a chemical element, is a simple G and atomic number 32. It is lustrous, hard, brittle, greyish white, and similar in appearance to silicon. It is a metalloid, more rarely considered a metal, in the carbon group that is chemically similar to its group neighbours silicon and tin. Like silicon, germanium naturally reacts and forms complexes with oxygen in nature. Oh, it's not a transition metal at all. Oh my goodness, my memory of the periodic table has clearly gone out the window. Yeah, that's embarrassing. Do you have the whole periodic table here? Of course you do. Oh, yeah, I've forgotten what these were called. Wait, lead's there. Because these are the transition metals. Yeah, I've forgotten the name of this group. I'm pretty sure that group has another name. Anyway, that's germanium. So it's between silicon and what's SN? I should remember that, but I've forgotten. Tin. Okay. What's it used for? Optics? For wide-angle camera lenses, microscopy and so on. Electronics can be alloyed with silicon. For semiconductors. Used for solar cells. Catalyst for polymerization. Due to its advanced electronics and optics, germanium is considered a technology-critical element by e.g. the European Union, essential to fulfill the green and digital transition. As China controls 60% of global germanium production, it holds a dominant position over the world's supply chain. Okay, so we have an idea what germanium is now. Some of us may have already had a very clear idea of what germanium was, but not myself. I just know it's below silicon since it was commonly used for some types of transistors. Yeah. Yes, that is what Wikipedia seemed to indicate. I walked on floors of germanium. Before we were 3 crosses and 2 columns. A guard asked me for the code. I called Agatha's detective for a hint, but he had moved to another country. The guard told me that if I was wise, I should count my teeth. I mean, I could take the number of teeth that the typical adult human would have, but somehow I just feel like that's not it. Like, why would you bother with the rest of it? It's almost like it's describing some sort of common object that would have teeth. Like a comb. A comb has teeth. But of course combs don't have a set number of teeth. We'll come back to this one. So that's the third one we'll come back to. There were some others I got stuck on. What is the least amount of turns needed to reach X? Okay, well, I've learned from experience that if you're trying to solve a maze, often the best way to try to do it is to work backwards from the end. It's also a good test for how good the maze generation was. Because a well-generated maze, that technique should not work. But you would be amazed how many mazes one comes across where they're difficult going from the start to the end, but trivial from the end to the start. I wonder what they actually do. I wonder what algorithm people are using to generate mazes which would give them that property. But it does seem to be common. Anyway, starting from the end, we go straight down and then we have to take a right. So that's 1 turn. Then up, another turn. Right, another turn. Maybe I should tally these. So, I wish I had a cursor that I could show on screen. That would be very helpful. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 should get us to the right hand side. I don't think we could have done that bit any faster. I'm going from the end, by the way, the cross at the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, sorry, 7, not 8. I added 1 for some reason. Because presumably we don't have to turn when we start. Presumably we choose our starting direction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then I guess down. So yeah, it would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Let me double check this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That gets us to the right hand edge. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. And make it 44. It could be two people describing the same number in different ways to target more people, since it's really specific. I don't know. I assume that was referring to the previous puzzle, and it's a fair thought. So let me check one last time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. Make it 44. By the way, do you have to turn in 90-degree turns? I hope not. It doesn't say so. Oh, then again, what does it matter? Because you wouldn't want to turn 180, would you? Because if you turn 180, you clearly aren't taking the least number of turns. Yeah, I think this maze also suffers from the old starting from the end is easier problem. You can turn 45 degrees and go diagonally through several gaps. Oh, good point. I didn't think of that. I'm going to assume no. But if this turns out to be wrong, then we may revisit that. Good thinking, though. A strange man walks into a cafe. He wears a black suit and sunglasses. He sits down by your table and whispers, "I have a message for you. Meet me here for breakfast, 210 degrees after zero. You know the number? Yes?" He then quickly leaves again. What number did the strange man mean? 9? As in on a clock face? 9? 9 o'clock? Me too. And there were several paths too. I never saw any difficult decisions. Oh no, there is actually one choice right at the end that could have made a difference. Starting from the end and working to the beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Hang on, that might actually be quicker. Let me try that one last time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Yep. I think I got the 43 last time because I did the same old trick of adding a turn right at the beginning, which we don't have to do. So I think 42 is better than 44. It's less than 44. So I think that was a good catch there, Pengy. I found 3 different paths. Interesting. Oh yeah, I see another one. I think it's going to be more though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hang on, did I do the first turn right? I'm not sure. Let me start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Equal length. I got 41 on a longer path. 42 maybe. Again, I have no pointer, which isn't helpful. Probably 42. Yeah, I've got 42 twice now, using different paths. Let me try one last time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. I went the wrong way, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hang on a minute. I know it's 30 up to that point. I remember that. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Yep, 42. I've like I say, I've managed to reach that twice. A strange man in a cafe who wears a black suit and sunglasses. He sits down by your table and whispers, "I have a message for you. Meet me here for breakfast. 210 degrees after zero. You know the number? Yes." He then quickly leaves again. The only thing I don't like about that is that if it is 9, what about the minute hand? Like, that seems to ignore it. Yeah, 42 for that path for me too. I'm guessing 9, I don't know. 20, can you find the hidden number? I see a 6. It's like near the top right, slightly below the top right, I see a 6. I see a 3. That's like further down. Like if you go from the 6 and you go down and slightly left, you get to the 3. If we allow rotations, I found a 5. And a 1. And number 3. Well, that's annoying. I've got too many solutions. Oh, is this canon in D? I think it is. Yep. Such a beautiful piece. I'm thinking if it's a big number, just covered with a detailed pattern, but I haven't seen anything yet. I'm guessing 63. Could be wrong. And that's the last one. Yeah, I was just thinking of it. What piece is it? I'm thinking of the game Winter Bells, an old Flash game. It's similar, but not the same. Yeah, I think this is Pachelbel's Canon in D. This piece. I do adore it. Four was the first one I got stuck on. You're very welcome, Pengy. I realise obviously that there's a single digit that's hidden behind the square and there's a single digit that's hidden behind the diamond, and it's consistent in all cases. I just cannot for the life of me figure out what pattern describes the digits in the grid to figure out what they would have to be. Oh, I've just figured it out. It's the powers of 2 again. It's 1024, 2046, 4096, and 8196, assuming I didn't miss... 92, sorry. Assuming I didn't misspeak in any case. Oh, that had me stuck for so long. Right, so the diamond's 2 and the square is 4. So it's 442 minus 424 plus 24. Oh, smart. I was stuck on a totally different path. I got stuck on this for so long earlier and just moved on. But again, I don't like this one because I feel like trying to solve it from first principles would be so hard. Like, you have to have already encountered the powers of 2 and, you know, be pretty quick at spotting them. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So, what's the solution to that sum? Well, 442 minus 424 and make it as 18 plus 24. So 18 plus 24, that's going to be 42, I think. 6 was the next one I got stuck on. This one, absolutely, I don't know. This one's just completely befuddled me. I can tell you that those, if we interpret those numbers as years, they do have significance in this game. When we first arrived here, we were that is the character. You haven't seen the main character yet. When we first arrived at this hotel, the character had a letter in hand from a Renzo Nero, and the letter was dated. In fact, I should have the exact date written down here somewhere. The letter was dated December 13th, 1962. And he asked us to meet well, he asked whoever had the letter. It was addressed to what was it called? It was the Italian word. It was the Italian equivalent of signorita, signora, I think. It didn't give us a name. It just said signora. It asked that individual to meet him at the hotel on January the 7th, 1963. So I assumed that the game was set in 1963. We found another note from... I don't think the note actually said who it was from, but it was sort of implied it was the same individual that told us that our journey will begin 116 years... No, 100 and... How many years was it? 114, I think, years in the past. I think that's right. And it was one of the... No. I was right the first time. It was 116 years in the past. What that means, I don't know. Like, there's been no indication that time travel's possible in this game. But it was actually the solution of a puzzle, 1847. Which happens to be 116 years behind the present. Except, I've come across a computer that we can use in the game, which is a copyright notice in 2014. Like the copyright on the software. So is the year 1963 or is it 2014? I don't know. But I do note that it's those same years popping up again. Rasande in Ifjudja is Swedish. Rest is gibberish to me. Rasande is furious and Ifjudja is filled. Ko is Q, by the way. Sitter is sitting. Ooh, I see it. It's simple when you see it. Oh no. Oh, it's the number of dots above each word. Is the double dot an umlaut, or have I made that up? But then there's also the dots above the I's. So like each one is 4 letters and there's 4 digits in each number. Alright, so it's going to be 2 plus 2, that's it. So it's 4. 1. 41. Pretty sure that's right. Just double and triple checking. I'm not being a complete fool. Nope, it does seem to be 41. Not 41, but almost. I missed something then. Well, it's 4 in the first one because you've just got the 2 maybe called umlaut. Let me double check. What's an umlaut? That's gonna bother me. The diacritical mark, 2 dots, placed over a vowel when it indicates a rounded front vowel. Yeah, I think that's an umlaut, then. Or at least in some contexts it would be. Take the last word on the examples. Right, the dot above the I, there's only one of them. Unless you're including the ellipsis. It might include... That's a fair point. They may be intending to include the ellipsis. Oh, but we would know from... Yes, because in the first example, the 7 includes the dot on the exclamation mark and question mark. You're absolutely right, Pengy. I missed that. So then it's 44. Oh, I see. Check the last word on the examples. Yes, that would... The exclamation mark would have also told me on that word. Right. I see. So that just leaves us 17. The rest I have a solution to. Doesn't mean I have the correct solution. I have a solution to all the rest. I walked on floors of germanium. Could that be due to its atomic number, 34? Before me were 3 crosses and 2 columns. Was it 34? Do I remember that correctly? Was that germanium? $32. I apologise. It's 32. Right, back to the game. I don't see a way to break up 32 to 3 crosses and 2 columns. Guard asked me for the code. I called Agatha's detective for a hint. Who's Agatha? That's what I'm not getting. I feel like that's a reference that's going over my head. But he had moved to another country. The guard told me that if I was wise, I should count my teeth. Three crosses and 2 columns. Wait, 3 and 2? 32. Is there a connection between Agatha and 32? How many teeth would an adult human usually have? I haven't actually counted my teeth. And it's gonna be quicker just to look this up. "32 permanent teeth." It looks like you were right, Pengy. It looks like they've given us multiple ways to get to the same solution. I wonder what the crosses and columns was about, though. Like, because it feels not just irrelevant, but actually misleading. Agatha 32 is what I've looked up, just to see if there is some sort of connection. Doesn't look like it. Okay. I think we're pretty certain at this point that the solution is probably 32 to 17, even though I don't fully understand the puzzle. Well, we've reached just 3 and 2 is a possibility. Well, that's the thing. We've reached it in 3 different ways. I walked on floors of germanium, atomic number 32. We were 3 crosses and 2 columns. That's also 32. And the guard told me that if I was wise, I should count my teeth. 32 again. I called Agatha's detective for a hint, but he had moved to another country. I don't get that. I wonder if there's like a famous Agatha? Didn't Agatha Christie write detective novels or something? Perhaps he moved to a country that's associated with 32 or something. Like, I mean, is there a... Maybe like I know countries have country codes for telephoning. Maybe the country with the code 32 was where a detective in Agatha Christie novels moved to or something. This is a real stretch here. Country code. I'm thinking for telephone. Telephone, country code. What's... Belgium. Okay. Agatha Christie. Poirot and Miss Marple. Okay. Let's go back to the game. Was it a he or a she detective, or did it not say? He had moved to another country. Right. Let's follow this line of inquiry. So it would have to be Hercule Poirot. Is there a reference to Belgium? First description of Poirot. He had been, in his time, one of the most celebrated members of the Belgian police. Belgian detective. There we go. We've reached 32 again. confirmation bias is strong in the search. That's a very good point. But also, I did, before I looked anything up, I did say, I wonder if the Agatha is Agatha Christie. She wrote detective novels, and I wonder if it's the country code for telephoning that happens to, the country refers to the country for which the telephone code is 32. And there's a connection between the detective in an Agatha Christie novel and that country, and that happened to coincide. What is the chance of that just being a coincidence? Like, I know you're not wrong, there is confirmation bias there, but if that hadn't been the solution, what is the probability that it would have been exactly that? I think it's fine. Can't see anything else than 32. Right, so we're currently standing at a bookshelf, I think, reading different things that are here. So we've just done all the puzzles. Next I'm going to read through whatever this book is, and then we'll get back, and the remaining ones of course, and then we'll get back to the game world proper. Unlike the 12-hour system, the superior 24-hour clock is divided into 24 hours counting from midnight to midnight. For example, 00 is midnight, 2014 is 40 minutes past 8 in the evening, and 1847 is 47 minutes past 6 in the evening. I mean, yes it is. I will write that down. I'm not sure why that's been underlined, but perhaps we'll find out. I like that they have to describe it. I know, I was thinking the same thing. Like, when I read that, I was genuinely thinking, wait a minute, is a 24-hour clock a particularly British thing or something? Like, I've been using the 24-hour clock my entire life. It's just intuitive, I don't have to think about it. I know that the US military uses the 24-hour clock a lot. Isn't it a specific non-US thing just? I think the American public don't use the 24-hour clock a lot, but the US military do. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, that's international, isn't it? Counting with Roman numerals. The Roman numeral system uses 7 symbols. I for 1, V for 5, X for 10, L for 50, C for 100, D for 500, and M for 1,000. Yep. The only 2 I'd struggle with there would be L and D. I might forget, because I and V and X you encounter all the time. C, obviously, you have century, and M, millennium, so they're obvious. L and D are ones I don't come across as often. I suppose if I was more used to reading old-timey dates, I'd be better at recognising them at a glance. But at the same time, often you can work out what L and D would have to be just from the context. If you know how the Roman numeral system works, often it would only make sense one way or the other. When using the system, one has to arrange them in different ways using addition and subtraction. That depends. That is actually a modernism. The current system that uses subtraction was not universally used historically. There are Roman numeral systems that only use addition. And I think there were regional variations as well. I don't think, I could be wrong, I don't think those using those letters for those symbols, for those values, was necessarily universal, for example, and I think sometimes they would have different local rules about how the Roman numeral system would work. The point is, I think if you actually were to look at like Roman times, which was a very long period and covering a geographically large area, and especially if you then included like the medieval period afterwards, I think it's really irregular and inconsistent. That's just how we do it today. When using the system, one has to arrange them in different ways using addition and subtraction. For example, ix is 9, 10 minus 1. Yeah, it's minus because it's on the left-hand side. If you have a smaller number followed by a bigger number, reading left to right, then it's a subtraction. And if it's a bigger number followed by a smaller number, it's an addition. And vi is 6, 5 plus 1. To use some larger numbers as examples, 2014, that number again, is mmxiv. And the other ones, I'll write those down, just because those might come up. I mean, I could figure it out. Obviously, I could figure it out. I could figure it out manually myself, but why bother when I've got the information I need right here? So why for 1847 did they do DCCC instead of CCM? Because CCM would be one less letter. Yeah, I think it's the same with the metric system. Isn't all space things nowadays metric? I don't know. I know that back in the day, NASA was definitely still using the imperial system, because I seem to remember there being some sort of disaster. Well, mini disaster. I don't think any lives were lost. I could be wrong. Where NASA had ordered some equipment from Europe and they'd specified the measurements without units, or some of the measurements without units, and the people that were engineering it on the European side just assumed metric. I know, this anecdote sounds like it's made up, doesn't it? It sounds like it's like surely that would never happen in real life. Surely someone must have just made it up. But I seem to remember hearing that did happen at some point for some reason, and something malfunctioned at some point. I wouldn't expect them to have an ISO standard for Roman numerals back then, at least, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's varied a lot. Strobogrammatics for beginners. What's strobogrammatics? A strobogrammatic number is a rotationally symmetric ambigram. When written with most standard characters, a strobogrammatic number can be rotated 180 degrees and appear the same. Numbers like 8, 11, 69 and so on are all examples of strobogrammatic numbers. The most recent strobogrammatic years were 1881 and 1961, and the next is as far away as 6009. That is a while. I don't know what an ambigram is, though. Oh, I recognise those numbers. Those are the numbers in that puzzle earlier. Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe that's going to be a theme in this game, sorry. So let's first of all check if strobogrammatic is actually a thing. Looks like it. Of a number appearing the same whether viewed normally or upside down. Okay, and ambigram. A calligraphic design that may be read as the same word or phrase, or sometimes different words or phrases when orated in two different ways, usually when reflected along a vertical or horizontal axis, or when rotated for 180 degrees. We did actually come across some text that was mirrored earlier. Right, that appears to be everything. I was searching this room before. This is the main character. Hang on, let me remember the controls. She has a photographic memory, so I can show you some of the stuff we saw earlier. This is what we found. It was on the back of the back of this exhibition, second floor, open all day, free admission. Among the many portraits, lithographs, and sculptures in the collection of Hotel Letz's Jarl, I don't know how that's pronounced, guests and visitors are welcome to visit the exhibition hall on the second floor. We are proud to currently be hosting the absorbing mixed media work of Lorelei Wise, as well as a standing showing of Rene Squatchwold's Himmelskorper paintings. That means heavenly bodies, apparently. And Renette Squatchwold was the last owner of this manor. I think it was then turned into a home for a blind and then a hotel, if I recall correctly. We did read that earlier, or read something to that effect earlier. She was an artist, and there was some suggestion of a countess who haunts this manor hotel, who's looking for her eyes. Now, I don't know if Renette, what was her name? Squawwold, was a countess or not. You'd think if she was, then it would have actually given her her title. Do I not have... Where was that painting? Not painting, picture. Maybe I don't have it. There was a picture we found earlier in a glove box, which showed a woman with a bloodied face, and I wondered if that could also be connected. Anyway, what I was showing you was the text. On the back of the notice about the exhibition, there was another notice about an exhibition, I apologise. But it was written the other way. Exhibition, second floor, opened to the enlightened. Have you taken the challenge to knowledge and are ready to step out into a world of true art? Are you the foretold Nockham's Moulier? We welcome you, the real connoisseur, to see it all in the Red Gallery on the second floor. No idea what that's about. I can probably show you the letter that we had at the start of the game. Syracuse, December 13th, 1962. Signorina, as discussed, I'm expecting your arrival at Hotel Letz's Jar on January the 7th next year. This project is my magnum opus. The mother goose of all birds. It's my firm belief that you can help me transcend the limitations of art for humans. We'll put on a show for the eyes of the cosmos. Ab imo pectore, which apparently means from the bottom of my heart. Literally, I think it's from inside my chest or something like that. Renzo Nero. So that's a brief summary of what's been going on. And I've only recently gained access to the hotel, so I've literally just been walking around seeing what I can interact with. Oh! Some more books. Ab imo pectore, from the deepest chest, I from the bottom of my heart, with deepest affection. Ars longa, vita brevis. Art's are long, life is short? Yes. Ori sacra fames. Gold something hunger? Accursed hunger for gold. I guess I should write these down. I know I wrote the ab immo pectore down earlier, but since we have an actual book with more of these, from the bottom of my heart, Ars longa vita brevis. Is this Grieg, Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy? Art is long, life is short. Hold on, I'm going to check what this is for my own education. I'm pretty sure it is, but I could be wrong. Oh, it's Tchaikovsky, Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. I do apologise. Grieg was Hall of the Mountain King? Something like that. Ori, Sakura. See, this is why it's, with my memory, it's well worth looking these things up and not just assuming you remember. Tchaikovsky, nice. Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy from the Nutcracker Suite. Is that part of the game? No, it's not. The game actually seems to have very little music. It is a problem because I don't have a way, as far as I'm aware, to do side chaining or anything. So if the game started playing music, there would be no straightforward way for me to stop the music I have playing, aside from manually going out of the game and telling it to stop. But yeah, this is music I've put on. Yep, my own playlist. The main restriction, of course, is copyright. I need music which is out of copyright. Both in terms of the composition and the performance. Where did I grab these from? It should be telling you in the top right. Let me check. It should be telling you every time a new piece starts. This is from, or I downloaded this from the Free Music Archive. Classical is safe? Right. So, in intellectual property law, there is the concept of copyright, which is who has the right to copy something. Copyright can apply to various different categories of thing, and sometimes a work can actually qualify for multiple categories of thing. One very obvious example would be if a film uses music, then of course there might be some copyright in the music and there might be some copyright in the cinematography, etc. So, what copyright applies to music? The main ones are, there's copyright in the composition, so the musician or musicians who originally composed the music will have copyright in the actual the structure of the music itself, just like an author who writes a book could have protection in the actual words that are used and the order they're used in and so on, so that no one would be allowed to copy that composition. There's copyright in the performance, so whenever an artist performs a piece of music, because it is a creative process and they could add a bit of themselves into the performance, they can have copyright in the performance itself. And finally, there can be copyright in a recording. The people that actually record the music that turn it into a digital or analog recording of a piece of music also get copyright. So, for example, if you're at a concert and two different people were filming the concert on their mobile phones, there would be copyright in the composition, and there would be copyright in the band the band that's performing would also get performance copyright, but they would then have different recording copyrights. Each of the two people recording it on their phone would have separate, the recording copyright would belong to each of them. That's also why if you were to, say, record a band without their permission, they don't then get permission to use your recording. Like, they can tell you not to distribute it and not to sell it because you've infringed potentially the composition copyright and the performance copyright, but that doesn't automatically give them your recording copyright. So for that to be distributed, there would then have to be agreement between the composition copyright holder, the performance copyright holder or holders, and the recording copyright holder. So to go back to your question about what sort of music can I play, it has to be music where the composition isn't in the public domain. So being in the classical genre isn't enough. It would either have to have actually been recorded. Sorry, it would either have to have actually been composed so long ago that that copyright is extinguished. I'd have to check what it is, but in a lot of cases it's like 80 years after the artist's death. When I say that, I mean like in a lot of copyright categories, that's what they use. I'm pretty sure that's what they use for written works, like novels. It's probably that. I'd have to check though. It might not be that for composition. I'd have to pick a piece of music where the performance was also out of copyright, and I'd have to pick one where the recording is. Now the problem is, there's going to be very few recordings of music that are so old that they are out of copyright, but that they also sound decent enough to, play on stream. Because these are you'd have to go back to like Victorian recordings on cylinders and stuff like that. So what I end up having to do is rely upon people who have recorded music that's in the public domain, which they have then that have performed and recorded music in the public domain, which they have then released to the public domain, or at least released under Creative Commons. There's different Creative Commons licenses, but it has to be a Creative Commons license that allows one to remix it, and I've forgotten what they call it. Like create a derivative work. It has to be one that allows derivation and ideally allows commercial use. Even though I would assume that this would count as a commercial application because in theory I make money off of streaming. It's a tiny amount because I'm a nobody streamer, but in theory I make money off of streaming, so that's what I need, and that's why I ended up on the Free Music Archive. However, it expires over a period of time and it gets put into public domain. I think I've by all means ask further questions. I think I've addressed those, but if there's any confusion I'm happy to clarify. So the thing to bear in mind is people are allowed to waive their rights. You can make something and then release it to the public domain, and that's what I'm relying on here. Sorry to have launched you off topic. No, that's fine. As long as people are having a good time. But yeah, I mean, if people know of any good public domain music, please let me know. The problem is, to have like a playlist that I can just have going on a stream like this, I need like 100 pieces or so of music, assuming they're like 3 minutes each, to just sensibly cover a stream without loads of repetition, or to cover multiple streams in a series without so much repetition it gets really annoying. So yeah, I'd need loads of music, and it would have to all be in the public domain. And it would also have to sound good enough that people would want to listen. I do worry that because it's classical music, a lot of people may not have much taste for. It might not be to their tastes, and that I may be putting potential viewers off because they don't like classical. Potentially, I don't know. It's just something that concerns me. But yeah, it's coming up with music that I can play while streaming is a problem. And this particular collection of classical music I found on the Free Music was it the Free Music Archive? I think it was the Free Music Archive. Is the best solution I currently have. Yeah, and then also Twitch should distribute it in their VOD, and they do it under US laws as far as I know. Yeah, it's fairly standardized under the Berne Convention, so it's not too bad. But you're right, it's US laws. Twitch will mute the VOD. Mine was muted before, but it was just the game music. Yeah, it's possible. I have found when I release videos of when I've released videos with this public domain music on, I have had a couple of bits caught by Twitch, and I've had like loads and loads of hits on YouTube saying, "Oh, you don't have permission to play this. You don't have permission to play that," and I know they're wrong. Like I've looked, I have actually, as far as I can tell, you know, I've done my due diligence. I've checked. And as far as I can tell, these pieces of music should be fine. So it must be false positives. It must be like two different people recorded the same piece of music, and the performances were close enough together that whatever algorithm YouTube and Twitch is using is finding a match where there isn't one. That's my best guess. The only alternative is that the Free Music Archive is full of people that have uploaded music that they shouldn't have and claimed it's in the public domain when it isn't. But I don't think that's the case, because whenever I've looked up a piece, I have managed, which I haven't done with all of them, I will grant you, because there's like over 100 of them. But whenever I've looked up a piece, I've actually, you know, like found the artist that recorded it and performed it, and verified that yes, they actually did put this into the public domain, which is why it's so confusing that Twitch and YouTube seem to be so eager to find matches and be so eager to find copyright infringement where there is no copyright infringement. But anyway, the one, like the silver lining is YouTube specifically doesn't seem to care very much, provided it's a it's not monetized. And none of my videos are monetized because my YouTube channel has so few people watching it that I don't think I qualify for monetization. But yeah, YouTube, I'm sure it depends. I'm sure it varies from. I'm sure it varies depending upon the piece of music. Like contemporary music that actually has a great deal of commercial value, like whatever the latest album by Dua Lipa is. I'm sure that would. They probably would care if you uploaded that without permission. But for a lot of music, they don't seem to care, provided it's not monetized. And I think the reason for that is that YouTube must have contracts with the record companies that own those pieces of music, which must be something like, okay, YouTube, you pay us this much every year, and we'll let you use these all of this part of our music library. That is the music that they own their rights to, because this is all music which we wouldn't be making much money off anyway. So better that you give us some music, and then, you know, people that are uploading videos to YouTube specifically, because it's YouTube we have the contract with, can use that music, then we make no money at all. That's my best guess. That could be wrong, but that's the only way that I could see that it's legal. Because YouTube's algorithms do detect, wrongly, but they do detect, like, oh, this piece of music is such and such by so and so. But then they don't care if you release a non-monetized video, which they think infringes copyright, but I would say doesn't. I think there are a few players that people are using from creators that are just annoyed on all the copyright mess for streamers. So they created music they released for free use. But VODs are not monetized as far as I know. Well, that's the thing. Twitch would have to have a separate contract with these record companies. And so the point is, if whatever algorithm Twitch is using gets a false positive, it hears a bit of music and misidentifies who the copyright holder is. Because, like, it's a different recording of the same piece of classical music, for example. Then they may well know that they don't have a contract with the record company that owns the copyright to the piece of music they think it is. So the bottom line is, I'm convinced I'm doing it, I've done my due diligence, and everything I'm doing is legal, which means I'm confident that no one could sue me. Like, I'm satisfied that the music I'm using is all above board. But that doesn't mean I don't have a problem with these large platforms getting confused, misidentifying the pieces of music, and then claiming there's copyright infringement. But what I'm getting at is, with YouTube you usually get away with it, because presumably YouTube's large enough to have enough contracts with enough record companies that it's probably music they don't mind being released in non-monetized videos. Again, that would have to be okayed with the copyright holder, which YouTube would do via contract. Whereas Twitch presumably doesn't have so many contracts with record companies. There are some parts in the TOS regarding copyright. I get that they need to have something automatic, and most streamers just don't want to care, unfortunately. So false positives are probably just to expect. I think those are two different problems. Yes, they should have parts of the TOS dedicated to copyright. And yes, I agree that from a pragmatic point of view, having automatic detection is it's the route they're going to take. It's not the best route, but it's the route they're going to take. But that doesn't mean the algorithms have to be rubbish. Like, to be honest, they're probably not rubbish. They probably make the algorithms cast too large of a net because they know otherwise people would deliberately modify recordings in small ways that would mess up algorithms but would still sound broadly the same to human ears. But, you know, it's not fun being the streamer in that situation. Because it's like, I have done my due diligence. I know it's okay to be playing this music. I don't particularly want you to be, you know, taking muting my VODs when, you know, if any human being actually looked at it, they would immediately see that I'm in the right. But that's not the point from their perspective. They're a business. They're about making profit. And from their point of view, they want to, you know, get things right 90% of the time. And if 10% of the time a small streamer's inconvenienced, well, tough, we don't care. Like, caring about your 10% of cases isn't going to make us any more money, is what I would assume Twitch would be thinking. I think you're safe. What usually happens is that the VOD will get a bit muted afterwards, and if it happens repeatedly, think it's 3 strikes, there may be an issue. It's been an issue with games sometimes that have music that are a problem. That has happened to me. That happened to me in one of the Myst games. I think it happened to me with the Stanley Parable, and it happened to me with one of the Myst games, if I recall correctly. There may have been a third game it happened in, but yeah, that's happened to me, that games have used commercial music, and the games have a license. Oh, of course, it happened with GTA as well. That's why I put this playlist together, and I wrote the software that's playing the music right now and bringing the information up on screen, because it has to do so. There has to be coordination between the playing of the music and the displaying of the information about the music on screen. So I wrote a Python program to do all that, and to equalize the volume so that the different pieces, you don't just suddenly have a really loud piece drown everything out, or a really quiet piece that you can't hear. I'm I set all that up for GTA because GTA was chock-a-block full of commercial music. That's why I played through GTA with classical music in the background. Especially in games just before streaming, as in when just before streaming became a big thing. Yeah. Hey, don't tell anyone. But I'm sitting... Oh, goodness. Well, I'm very happy for you, that grey guy. Sounds like you're having a great time. Yeah, that missed game was the one I was thinking of, I think. Yep, it's lovely to see you, that grey guy and Pikachu. I hope you're having good nights. Let's carry on copying out these Latin phrases we found in this book. I mean, if people want me to carry on talking about copyright, I'm happy to do so if you have any questions. Magnum opus, great work. Masterpiece, greatest work of someone's career. Memento Mori, that's a reminder of... Oh yeah, reminder of mortality. I was going to say reminder of death, but I think mortality is actually a better way to put it. Very, very popular in the medieval period. Memento Mortem. I'll remember death. Oh yeah, it says remember, not reminder. Well, I tend to think of it more of like a reminder of mortality and a reminder of death. Because, like, usually these would be objects. Like a painting, for example, or like, I don't know, a bird skull or something that you keep on a necklace or something like that. I know that sounds kind of emo, but like seriously, like, you know, these would be things that people might keep around them to just, you know, remind them life isn't forever. It wouldn't have been seen as a sad or an edgy thing. It's like, you know, just remember. Remember, like, you know, you don't know how many more days you have. So you need to make sure you live your life now, both morally and to its fullest. You know, I don't know, that went away for some reason. We don't do that anymore. But it used to be a big thing, I understand, in the medieval period. Factum fieri infectum non potest. Non potest is going to be not powerful. Fieri infectum? I don't know. It cannot be undone. Wouldn't have got that. Factum fieri infectum non potest. I think non-potest would mean, like, you lack the power, I think. Incidentally, do let me know what you think about the music. If it's annoying people or what have you, that's very good feedback. I don't like to put viewers off. But the problem is, in this case, it's this or nothing. Ferre libente hominis id quo volunt credant. Libente is probably... No, it's probably not liberty. I don't know. Hominis is gonna... Or hominins is presumably people. Id quo. Volant is probably free will. Let's see. Status quo is like the current state of things. I'm not sure. My Latin's not very good. Oh, thank you, Pengy. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate the community sub gifts. That's really, really nice of you. Thank you. Let's try this thing, by the way. I do wish there was more I could say or do to thank people when they're so generous, like very generous Pengy has just been. Could credent relate to what's credible, what's believable? Men generally believe what they want to. Oh, I wouldn't have figured that out. Forsen et Hayek olim meminis ifuabit? Something about memory or remembering? Maybe one day it will be joyful to remember even these things. Okay. I wanted to learn Latin once. In a way, I kind of still do, but I never had time. I still want to learn Japanese. I made some progress. But it's been so long, I've slipped a lot. I'd struggle to understand very much Japanese at all now. Maybe one day it will be joyful to remember even these things. That says Konnichiwa, Pikachu. Hello. I can read that. Write like a philosopher, the Greek alphabet. Oh, that's the capitals. The capital letters. And I believe, I don't know the whole Greek alphabet off the top of my head, but I believe that is actually the Greek alphabet in the correct order. I'll copy it down into my notes, I guess. I mean, I know this character has a photographic memory, and I would always be able to presumably go back to this page, but at the same time, if I actually need to transliterate some Greek to Roman alphabet or something, it's going to be much easier if I actually have it in front of me. Then again, if they're thinking I'm transliterating, I don't see any Roman letters here. This is just listing the letters of the Greek alphabet. Which is fine, I just wonder how they're going to use it. I'm down to Omicron. Although I haven't written the names of them down yet, I'm just copying the symbols. Tau. Upsilon. Which I may be mispronouncing. Is it Upsilon or Upsilon? Phi, Chi, Psi, and Omega. Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, Mu, Nu, Z, or is that? I don't know how that's pronounced. Omicron, Pi, Rho, Sigma, a hype chest. What's a hype chest? I've got a hype oho emote. Wonderful. Sigma, Tau, Upsilon. Phi. Chi. Oh, should that be Chi, as in Cairo? As in Christ? I think it must be Chi. So is that Xi? The one below Nu. Psi and Omega. Well, that's the Greek letters. That's the Greek alphabet. International cartography. Okay. I'm not sure I can be bothered to copy all that out right now. I may need to I may have to copy it out at some point. Still, our character's photographic memory should take care of the rest of that. Or take care of that for us, rather. Oh, these books have paint on. There's been somebody going about this hotel getting paint everywhere. And we've been like following their footsteps and we've been like following things they've touched. Biographies have been torn out from the shelf. The life and times of Lorelei Weiss. The pages are torn out. Renzo Nero. Un animale terrible. A terrible animal? Most of the book is covered in red paint, but a few pages and paragraphs are still readable. Given the recurring themes of gambling, Nero's comment about cards in a 1960s interview in Technic and Photography comes as no surprise. There is magic in cards. My childhood friend Gino could do things with cards that I have never seen since. He was good with tricks, little Gino. Il Bruto, a horrible gambler. He never realised that in order to win you have to cheat. He was a simple boy who relied on luck. The game is rigged. Cheating is part of the game. The occult always had a hold on Nero. From his scrapbooks, and indeed his work, which often included elements like crystal gazing, tarots and such, we can surmise that he was particularly interested in soothsaying. He once said to Claudia Piccini, editor of the Etymologist's Dream, that he did not need to see the finished cut. He had already seen the whole film in a prophetic vision. He often said in interviews that he did not believe in fate, but to friends he often spoke about different methods to see the future. Contradictions are contrary to my belief, he famously wrote to his worst critic, Paul Demont. Nero's relationship with money was complex. He would often gamble and frequently said that magic and money walk side by side in art, yet he would contradictively as often claimed that money stifled creativity, calling it a red man-eating beast. Whenever he had won big, he would buy a new black suit and gladly spent money on diffuse creative endeavours which were often left unfinished. He would frequently donate money to a local dog shelter, since there were no anti-cat shelters to be found. That's interesting, because it was a letter from Renzo Nero that brought us here, it would seem, and there was a dog at the gate to the hotel. It was the dog that gave us another note, apparently from Renzo Nero. And this is written as if it's talking about someone long in the past, which raises further questions. Several friends and acquaintances have told stories about how Nero would carry around large amounts of cash in grocery bags or in his pockets, which would often result in him misplacing or losing them altogether. Besides the technical aspects, Nero had little interest in the historical spectacles created in Cineterzo. The apparatus was too big to create anything which would not be controlled by outside forces. In one of Nero's many manifests, there is a satirical proposal claiming that only dictators should be allowed to direct films. What's Cineterzo? Let me look that up quickly. Nothing on Wiktionary. What about on... Nothing on Wikipedia. Okay, back to the game. The holiness of creative control is a recurring theme in Nero's scribblings and work. As time passed, his opinion would swing, and he instead regarded being out of control as the only viable way to create art. Surrendering to the ether, Nero calls it in another manifest. Nero's time at Cineterzo is rarely spoken of, He spoke of it briefly and admittedly vaguely in a 1959 interview with Swedish TV's Lars Halland. Is that a real TV personality? I heard the whispers in the stomach of the behemoths Sinaturzo, the old vanguard, survivors from the silent era. I knew that there was an ancient conspiracy. I wanted in. Maybe it's a film company or something? Nero hated distinctions and swung like a pendulum between art house and exploitation, yet the majority of his body of work isn't entirely inaccessible. A Dog Like All Other Dogs is still frequently aired on TV in Italy and Germany. We saw a poster for that in the hotel. An automobile is constantly screened at cult movie festivals. His work has found an audience, but Un Animal Terribile definitely entered his already limited commercial appeal. Okay, that sounds like more things we should be making a note about. So, Sinaturzo, film company, question mark. What else did we have? A Dog Like All Other Dogs. So these were works of Nero. Wait, wasn't Nero the Roman emperor who allegedly desperately wanted to be an artist and got looked down upon a lot by the Romans as a result? Yeah, because isn't there that... Didn't his dying words have something to do with art as well? When he was forced to commit suicide? Something like, the world doesn't know what an artist dies today, or something like that. There was a personality called Highland. I've been searching for him for a while. Oh. I've been searching, yes, for them for a while. So probably it's a play on words because it almost adds up. It was named Lennart Highland and had a program, Highland's Corner, but that was early 60s. I see. Nero had crossed the line between eccentric and madman, and the distributor abandoned the film after its initial premiere. The first and only Cinema Sostenuto project was a Trojan horse. An American studio, likely not too familiar with his earlier work, had been convinced that Nero could create a cheap gothic horror film, which was in vogue at the time. Had they read Nero's attached manifest, it is unlikely that they would have given him assent. An early draft of the proposal suggested, hopefully jokingly, that the audience should be lined up and shot after each screening. Certainly sounds like a colourful character, doesn't he? He had a great interest in technique, and his friend Kai Agatz remembers their visit to Electronic Art Symposium well. I should add that to my list of people in this game world. So what was it? Kai Agatz. Friend of Nero. He called the whole exhibition a one-potato meal, but he kept coming back to Wise's parodic computer, which he failed at every task given. It aligned well with his thoughts about machines surpassing humans, while still being inept at everything, since they were built by morons. He called Wise a woman with laser eyes, and said that he already knew they would soon work together. Okay, that's actually significant. That's Lorelei Wise, isn't it? Let me add that to my notes. My goodness me, do I have a lot of notes for this game already. Nero referred to Lorelei Wise as a woman with laser eyes. What's he mean by Wise's parodic computer? What does parodic mean? I mean, it sounds like it should be related to parody or something. Parodic. Of, related to, or having characteristics of parody. Yeah. How could you have a parodic computer? Because it makes impressions of people or something? It emulates them? Okay, that's curious. Oh, look at all the directions we can go in. We've actually made it upstairs. Which way did we come from? Have we been this way before? Yes, we've come from that way. So we've not been this way yet. No, we have been. Oh, it makes a loop. Okay, that's fine. Sounds like a computer from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. What, you mean like the entries in the Hitchhiker's Guide itself? Or have I forgotten something from that that franchise? As much as I am really enjoying this game, and it does seem very interesting, the trouble is, I probably should have wrapped up this stream 25 minutes ago. So I hope you'll all forgive me, and I'll be wrapping up the stream now. A parodic computer should fit in that environment. Yes, I see what you mean. What was I thinking? Streams. Upcoming streams. So next stream will be tomorrow. That will be more Dark Souls. For those that would enjoy seeing that. Stream after that is going to be Monday. That will be more Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. Oh, hang on. I just remembered something. I just remembered this game doesn't autosave. So I guess I should probably walk over to the... You save at computers in this game, so I should probably walk to the nearest computer. Hopefully we won't be interrupted. Is the dog still in the garden? Yes, there they are on the left. That's the gate I was talking about. And in here is the computer. So like I say, despite the letter that apparently brought us here being dated 1962, and it was from what was his name? Nero. I've forgotten his first name already. This computer system has copyright up to 2014. Right, let's save. Wonderful. Interestingly, apparently you can find discs in the world, and you can then put them in one of these computers and load them. So that suggests that there are in-game save files that you can load, which is a very interesting concept. I do wonder how that's going to work. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for the stream. L is an interesting prefix. L sounds a lot like a DOS Windows-based OS, but it should be L /, right? I missed that. You're right. It should be L /. I pointed out two things. That L would be the 10th drive, assuming that C is the first one. A and B are reserved for floppy disks, for floppy disk drives. L would bring you down to the 10th partition that's mounted. And then file system isn't an 8.3 name. Like, this would have to be like some sort of terminal version of Windows or something. But you're right, that should be a /, not a not a stroke. Very, very good point. Where was I? Upcoming streams. Dark Souls tomorrow. Monday, more Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. On next Friday, it will be more Dark Souls again. And then I suppose that makes next Saturday more Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. Do let me know how you're finding it. Obviously, I don't want to stream games that people aren't enjoying. So if you're not enjoying the Lorelei streams, let me know. If the music is bothering you, let me know. If you have any ideas where I can find other music that I could play that would be good, which is in the public domain, both in the composition, performance, and recording, I'd love to know. And thank you to everyone that came tonight. Thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat. Oh, you've sent a bunch of links in my Discord already. Thank you, Pengy. I appreciate that. I may not be able to look at that immediately, but I will look through that thoroughly. Yeah, I should. I need to sort out my subs. We have 9 people subscribed right now, and those subs aren't correct. I don't think, unfortunately, there's a straightforward way I can just list all my subscribers. Is there like a command to do that? If I do stroke subscribers, it will restrict chat to subscribers. That is not what I have in mind. It's strange. There's like a you can list all followers, I believe. There is some way you can go on the Twitch website to list all your followers. I don't think you can do that with subscribers, and I find it so strange that that's the case. Like, if anything, you'd think it'd be the other way around, right? Anyway, at some point I need to sort out a proper solution. Oh, Pengy is on there already, because Pengy's been following me so long that he's still there. What was I thinking? Oh, add him as super gifter. What was I thinking? Thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat. Thank you to everyone that lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your days. Rest of your day. Rest of your days. You know, I'm sure you know what I mean. So, good night, everybody.